you can please open that and check whether you are able to access. If not, please let us know. You should be able to view the entire form and every field. So please make sure of that. So before the quiz begin, I want to once again stress on the point that you have to follow all the guidelines given by the quizmaster, and you should adhere to them without fail. Like if you found out that any kind of malpractices, you'll be immediately disqualified. So please follow the rules. So with this in mind, we can begin. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you all are doing very well. My name is Jishnu.
And I am Vishnu.
So we will be the co-host for this event. And firstly, on behalf of 14th edition of Ojas XIV, sponsored by Yes Securities, we extend a warm welcome to each one of you. As you may know, Ojas is SPJIMR'S flagship management fest, and it is one of the largest and most prestigious business school fests in the country. This year, we have seen a record-breaking 14,000 plus registration across 25 events, and participation from more than 100 business schools.
And the event we had that has seen the largest participation. Could we have any guesses from the participants in the chat?
There is no point for guessing this one, so maybe you should.
Yeah, it is InQuizzitive, indeed InQuizzitive, the flagship general quiz competition of Ojas, for which all of you are here. InQuizzitive over the years has remained the contest where the brightest and curious minds of the country have come to compete. This year, we have witnessed even more interest among the students, and that we believe can be largely attributed to one factor, a beloved quizmaster.
Yeah, Sri Vishnu, I cannot agree more. So we are fortunate to have one of the most reputed and respected quizmasters in the country with us today. So Major Chandrakant Nair is a household name in quiz community nowadays, and honestly, we don't think he needs an introduction at
all. However, we can always try. Major Chandrakant Nair is an alumnus of the Armed Forces Medical College, Pune, and he served in the Indian Army till 2013. During his quizzing career, he has won multiple prestigious competitions, including the Landmark Quiz and the World Quizzing Championship Kerala. So far, he has conducted about 700 quizzes for colleges, corporate schools, and other organizations, both in India and abroad. His quizzes are known for his novelty and depth of research. Hoping for some exciting stuff today. We gladly welcome Major Chandrakant Nair to host the event. Over to you, Major.
Thanks a lot, Jishnu and Sri Vishnu, for the warm welcome, and to all the other organizers of Ojas 14. Thanks a lot. And thanks a lot to all the participants for acing the screening and turning up on an afternoon in good numbers with the IPL auctions going on. Still enough people in here. Thank you so much. Like Vishnu and Jishnu had clarified, kindly keep your cams on throughout the duration of the prelims. We'll need your cams on and we'll need your hands on the screen at all points in time. Has the Google form link been shared on chat? Yeah. All of you kindly click on the link and see if it's opening for you. Kindly fill up all the details. We'll give you a minute or so to fill up all the participant details, and then we'll get on with the quiz. Please let us know if the form is not opening for you.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, please.
Yeah, so I have a doubt. Do both the team members need to fill the form, or one is fine?
I mean, both of you can fill the form if you both of you are different places logging in from different devices, both of you can fill the form at your own, at your devices, but we'll accept only one submission from the team. If there are two submissions, we can't accept it. So we might have to, that might lead to the rejection of team. So please ensure you give only one submission from each team.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah, just to add on to what Sri Vishnu just mentioned, please, it's recommended that both of you fill it up, just in case your internet conks off towards the end of the quiz. If one person is not able to submit, the other person can always do anything. So submit it from both fill it up from both participants, but only one submission. So good to go then, if the form is opening for all of you.
If it is okay for everyone, all of you can give a digital thumbs up so that we can go ahead with the round one.
All right, so good to go then. I'll share my screen. Give me a second. Please confirm if the screen is visible to all of you. Once again, you could give me a thumbs up. All right, so welcome to the preliminary round of InQuizzitive, the general quiz organized by SPJIMR as part of Ojas 14. So this will be a general quiz, but since SPJIMR is a management institute, we'll have a slight emphasis on business, management, economics, finance, all related stuff. So mostly a general quiz, but with a slight tilt towards the business aspect of things. This is how we'll do the prelims. A total of 20 questions. 1 to 15 are 1 pointers. 16 to 20 are 2 pointers. There are 2 parts, each part worth 1 full point. So you can score a total of 25 points maximum. In case of a tie, we'll use start questions to break the ties, and start questions are numbered 11 to 20. If the tie persists even after this, we will do a sudden death from question number 1. The top 8 teams, as always, will make it to the finals. All right, so all the very best. Here's question number 1. Jorge Luis Borges called it a tussle between 2 bald men over a comb. A few months after whatever this is ended, somebody visited the namesake site, the location where all this was happening. And this date has been observed as a public holiday here every year following this. Who was this visitor? And if it helps, this visitor is connected as a very intimate connection to SPJIMR as well. Again, if you know who the person in the first para is, very, very famous person, you can use something about that person to build upon with regards to the description in the question. It says 2 bald men are fighting over a comb. So basically, they were fighting over something that is, you could say, worthless. It was whatever this thing is, it happened for about a couple of months. And 6 or 7 months later, somebody visited the namesake site. And this has been marked by a public holiday ever since. Who was this visitor? Again, from the description and from the name of the person there, if you can figure out where this is happening. Borges, extremely famous author, in case you did not know this. We just want the name of this person.
Major, the site is in the is related to the first the tussle thing.
Yeah, it is. The tussle was happening at a certain site, and the name of the event is, of course, the name comes from the site. Let's say whatever is happening is the Indian Premier League, so the name comes from India, like that. Question number 2. Which automobile brand is named for a certain semi-nomadic group of people? And what you see in the picture is arguably the most famous group of people from that semi-nomadic sect. Whoever you see in the picture is a world famous act, and they probably are the most famous representatives of that group. And the brand is named after that group. Which brand is this? I don't want the name of the people in the visual. They belong to a certain group, and their name, the name of the group, was used in the name of a brand. Which brand? If it helps, this group came to, the people you see in the visual, they came to India 2 or 3 years ago. They performed in multiple cities, including Delhi and Bangalore. I don't want the name of the people in the visual. They belong to a bigger group. That is what I want.
Do we need to give the name of the group or the automobile brand?
I want the name of the automobile brand. You were breaking up. If you could repeat that, if you could be louder and repeat that.
So you mentioned the hint about Delhi and Bangalore. Can you just repeat that? I think I missed that.
If that was InQuizzitive, Leviosa, Aparna, and her teammate was speaking. I couldn't. Could you put it on chat? I mean, your voice was still breaking. If you could put it on chat, I'll explain. Yeah, so the people you see in the visual, they came to India 3 or 4 years ago, within the last 3 or 4 years, and they famously performed in Delhi and Bangalore. They are, as the visual says, they are a performing group, a musical troupe, arguably the most famous troupe of their kind. And they famously performed to great acclaim in Delhi and Bangalore. All right, question number 3. So this they added a cheeky addition, or they made a minor change to the image that you see on the bottle. Take a look at the visual and figure out all that you can see on the bottle. What change did they make to the image? It was not a change to the logo, it was a change to the image that you see there. They made a small change. What was that change? Again, what all are visible to you there? Based on all that you can see there, and based on your knowledge of what might be happening over the last few years in that location, take a guess as to what change or what addition this was. You can see something famous there in the visual, the image on the bottle, and something was happening there, and therefore they made an addition to hint at this. Yeah, Pritam?
Anything in the vicinity is fine, right? Like
yeah. Basic idea as to what is happening is good enough. You can either tell me what was added to the bottle, or you can tell me why were they doing this. Again, look at the image. Think of what could be happening there. It's been happening there over the last 3 or 4 years. Question number 4. So the recent 31st Jan 2022 edition of the Times of India, it saw a minor modification made to its masthead. Masthead is the place where the Times of India, the publishing details, all of that appears at the very top. Now, this modification was accompanied by a full page ad by the entity which had commissioned the modification. And if it helps, the entity was hinting at its return to its original roots and how it was committed to help the dreams of the nation take wings again. So tell me, what was the modification to the masthead? As in, how was it modified on that day? On that particular day, how did it appear? Again, from the description, I'm sure you can figure out the entity, and that should tell you what the modification was. The entity hinted at its return to its original roots and how it was committed to help the dreams of the nation take wings again. That should help you with the entity. Once you get the right entity, make a modification to the masthead. When I say modification, it's not an image that was added, an image-based modification. If it helps, a word or more were added, was/were added. Something was literally added, a word or two were added to the description there. Number 5. The Blue Angels is a flight demonstration squadron formed in 1946 by the US Navy and is the second oldest formal aerobatic team in the world. Now, in the visual, you can see a particular maneuver that is performed by the Blue Angels. Now, they do this routinely when they perform in places such as Louisiana. Therefore, tell me, what is the name of this maneuver? Very, very helpful visual there. I think I have a bigger visual on the next slide as well. Yeah. Whenever they perform this particular maneuver, they call it by a particular name, and they perform it usually in places like Louisiana. Again, take a look at both visuals. What does it look like to you? The appearance in both the visuals. See if you can connect it to a name like Louisiana. The Louisiana here is the American state Louisiana, just to clarify.
Can you please show the bigger image?
Could you please repeat that, Perry?
Major, I think the request was to show the bigger image.
Yeah, sure. Both visuals are helpful. Again, just if you figure out what it looks like and if you can connect it to Louisiana, you should get the answer. Question number 6. This is the previous logo of a company that quite literally reflected its field of specialization. Now, from this, they changed over to a new logo, and the new logo very helpfully had a transparent plus sign. Which company's previous logo is this? Again, where would you have come across a visual like this? While growing up, in what context would you have come across a visual like this? Use that to build on. And the fact that it says reflected, transparent, all that should be helpful. The fact that there is a plus sign there in the new logo, that should also be helpful. Again, in your school, where would you have come across a visual like this? Build on that. And it says reflected, transparent. Which company can you think of? That would nicely fit in, or that can nicely make use of a plus sign as well. Question number 7. While the second word in its name is an indicator of its sans serif nature, so all of you know serif and sans serif for typefaces. The first word is a tribute to an American polymath. Which typeface / font that most of you would have used is this? There are 2 words in its name. The first word is a reference to an American polymath. When I say American polymath, think of the most famous American polymath that you might know of. Think of the most prominent, most probable American polymath across history. The most famous one. That would be the first word. And the second word is an umbrella term used for typefaces / fonts that are sans serif in nature. That is, they lack the protrusions at the end of the letters. You'll find this typeface everywhere on MS Word, my PowerPoint. It's there in the drop-down menu. You can simply go through all names and see which one fits. Very commonly used by newspapers, etc., for their headlines. Question number 8. The Bolly Company is a high fashion firm founded in 1851 in Switzerland. Now, in 2013, they launched, or rather relaunched, one of their older shoe models. And they relaunched it only to celebrate or commemorate their rise to fame some 60 years earlier. So go back in time 60 years from 2013. What exactly were they commemorating by the relaunch of this particular shoe model? Very helpful visual coming up. This was the shoe model. Visual is very helpful to figure out in what context it might have been used. Go back in time 60 years earlier, and it says to celebrate their rise to fame 60 years earlier. So what exactly were they commemorating, or in what context did these shoes find use? A very, very famous context. It's exactly 60 years, exactly 60 years earlier from 2013. And the visual is, as I had clarified, very helpful. And it says rise to fame. That may also be helpful.
We have to tell the name of the event, right?
Yeah, correct. Yes. In what context, event, incident, development did these shoes find use? The timeline is exactly 60 years earlier. Number 9. Now, the BBC made use of something called test card F for a very long time during their television broadcasts for many, many decades. So it was usually shown while nothing was being broadcast. Now, it had a functional utility, and it was achieved using the cross mark that you see on the board on the next slide. But BBC had originally thought of making use of a Hindu woman instead of the girl child in the visual that you're going to see, with one particular aspect of this Hindu lady's appearance serving the same purpose. So try and figure out why BBC were making use of the visual that you're going to see on the next slide. Take a look at the next slide and figure out the utility of that image, and then try and take a guess as to what aspect of the Hindu ladies. It's not any specific Hindu woman or lady. It's a random lady was shown. Think of why this visual was shown on TV. What could be BBC's? What could be the utility of them using this image on TV? Such an image was broadcast while nothing else was being shown. Whenever there was no broadcast, something like this was shown for a certain purpose. And look at the visual carefully. You can see a cross mark there. That cross mark is what actually served the purpose. But this was not the first visual that the BBC had made use of. They had originally planned to make use of a visual of a Hindu lady with one aspect of her appearance serving the same purpose. So your complete answer would be what aspect of the lady's appearance and what is the purpose being achieved here. That will be your complete answer. Your answer should contain what aspect of a Hindu lady's appearance and how was it helpful? What was the purpose achieved? It's not just the BBC who does this. Almost all television companies, television channels, they do this for a certain purpose. It's fairly simple if you can locate the cross there and build from that. Very, very simple utility. If it helps, I mean, in this case, if you can read the cross as an X, quite literally X marks the spot here. Question number 10. According to lead vocalist Dan Smith is the lead vocalist of a famous band. This song, one of their famous songs from 2013, and arguably their most famous song also, it was written as a conversation between two victims of a famed tragic event. So this is him speaking. It got me thinking about how boring it must have been emotionally after the event, to be sort of stuck in that same position for hundreds and hundreds of years. Which song is this? And the name of the song is the same as the location where this tragic event happened. Look at the description there. To be sort of stuck in that same position for hundreds and hundreds of years. Tragic event. So what sort of an event can you think of? If you look across history, this probably is the most famous event of its kind. The one that's possibly analyzed the maximum. So what location where all this happened? The first of the starred questions coming up. LG has always commissioned extremely well thought out ads and promotional strategies for its televisions. For example, its SL8000, SL9000, LH9000, and LH9500 HD TVs were all launched in 2009 in an annual industrial exhibition in a city. Now, read the third para carefully. The city was picked for the launch because these televisions had a face made of one sheet of glass. Since it's only a single sheet of glass, there is no border around the glass. Therefore, they came under this category of TVs called borderless TVs. Where were all these televisions launched? Very nice logic that LG used to launch their borderless TVs. Which city is this? And an extra hint here, I mean, they were all launched in 2009. That may be helpful because it sort of coincided with an anniversary. Two 2009 was an anniversary. So which city has LG picked to launch all these borderless TVs? Yeah, could you please repeat that?
So we got disconnected with you.
Once again, your voice was breaking up. If you could put that on chat. So the hint that I gave was the year 2009 may be helpful here because it was an anniversary of something to do with the city. It's a big city. If it helps, it's a national capital as well. It's a national capital. It says borderless. 2009 was an anniversary. Number 12. The mistletoe is an antique symbol of fertility adopted by people to induce celebratory kissing underneath it. It continued to be associated with vitality through the Middle Ages and has become incorporated into Christmas celebrations across the world today. Now, in 2015, this American company, which advertises itself as a solution for very specific problems, developed a ready-made solution for couples who wanted to kiss under a mistletoe, but did not have access to one. And the solution they made use of, you could quite literally say, is something that's been creating a lot of buzz in recent years. How exactly did they make this possible? A lot of people did not have mistletoe for this purpose. So this company said, okay, we will solve this for you. How did they solve it? What was the solution? Read the very last line of the second para. something that's been creating a lot of buzz in recent years. Focus on that description, that might help. It's something that all of you are familiar with, something that's been put to multiple uses in the modern day. Question number 13. In Jamaica, the term dash is used to refer to the police because the police are a source of oppression as they arrest members for the use of marijuana. And for Jamaicans, marijuana is sacramental. They consider it sacred, which is why they said this is not done, and they call the police by this term. As a result, a famous creative work from the 1970s, that's the complete title Blank's Indicator, came to refer to living in a repressive society and the longing for freedom, just like the Israelites in captivity in the 6th century BC. What is this creative work? And the blank in the first paragraph is the same as the last blank in the set of blanks in the second para. The blank in the first para and the very last blank in the set of blanks in the second para are the same. Again, look at the description of the second para, Israelites in captivity in 6th century BC. So if you know where the Israelites were in captivity, that should help. I'll give you one additional hint. The creative work here is a very, very famous song. It's an extremely famous song. And the members of the band that came up with the song were all from that area in the Caribbean. The members were all from the Caribbean. It's a band, I'm sure at least 2 or 3 of their most famous songs, all of you would have heard. The first blank and the last blank in the second para are the same. And if you read the Bible or know about the Bible, if you know where the Israelites were in captivity, that should help. Or the other way of working this out is from the timeline plus a famous song, a song that's been used as a dance number. You'll usually see the song being played as a dance number. This song, or for that matter, almost all songs by this band are disco/dance numbers. The band members were all.
Major, can you please repeat?
You'd find all the famous songs by this band being used as dance numbers/disco numbers. If it helps, their most famous song is about a Russian. The most famous song by this band is about a Russian. I don't want that song. I want the song in this question. Okay. Number 14. This annual sporting event, and this is the exact tagline of the sporting event, 5,164 steps into history, has been cancelled twice in its history. It was cancelled for the first time in 2003. It was again cancelled in 2020 for similar reasons. So think of a reason why events have been cancelled over the last couple of years. That same logic applies to the 2003 cancellation as well. That may help you with where all this is happening. Now, during the sporting event, participants get to witness forests, villages, farmers, oxen, and traditional irrigation systems. And the record figure at this sporting event is, that is 3, 9, 18, that is 3 hours, 9 minutes, 18 seconds is the world record. Well, not world record, record in the context of this event. What event is this? Now, the venue or the location where this happens, it is so famous that it was put on the Voyager Golden Record as well. So tell me, what is this annual sporting event? Think of why events have been cancelled over the last couple of years. That will give you a reason. Think of a part of the world where something similar happened in 2003, because of which they thought, okay, we need to cancel it in 2003. And look at the description. If you're participating, you can, during the course of this event, you get to witness forests, villages, farmers, oxen, traditional irrigation systems. And the record figure is 3 hours, 9 minutes, 18 seconds. So that should tell you the kind of event. That should give you one word in the name of the event. The fact that the figure here is 3 hours, 9 minutes, 18 seconds. And the location will, it's so famous that it is even on the Voyager Golden Record.
Major, just 1 second.
Yeah.
Yeah. So some participants, I mean, we are not sure, like they are always keeping their face down. So we request everyone to keep your face straight because we are not able to tell whether you are cheating or you are making anything else. So please do it.
All right. So like the organizers clarified, kindly attempt this quiz in the right spirit. I don't think anyone needs to impress anyone else by scoring more. Number 15, the last one pointer. Now, there is this famous book called The Disappearing Spoon by Sam Keen that was nominated for the Royal Society Books Prize. And the book talks about the stories, the little known stories of chemical elements. In the book, it talks of an anti-faking measure employed on certain items over the past couple of decades. So starting from 2001, certain items have been in existence, and the people who make these items have tried very hard to ensure people can't fake it. What element coincidentally is added to these things because it produces fluorescence under UV light, and this also makes them harder to fake due to its rarity, which is this very, very rare element. So the way to get to the answer is figure out what these things are in the first place. These things are in existence from the very first year of the 21st century. They were not there before 2000. They came into being only in 2001. If it helps, they came into being on 1st Jan 2001. And again, think of a common group of items where you would need a measure like this. You don't want people to fake it. You don't want people to counterfeit it. Once you figure out the right group of items, which element fits in nicely with its name? If you get the right item, you will get the right element. It's a very rare element. This did not came about by design. I mean, it was purely coincidence that this element gets added to these things to ensure they can't be faked or counterfeited.
You want the element or the things?
What element? What element?
Okay, thank you.
You get the right group of things, you will immediately get the element as well. These things were not in existence prior to 2000. They came into being only in the first year of the 21st century.
Major, can you repeat what did you just say?
These things were not in existence prior to the year 2000. They came into being only in the 21st century. And when I say a word like counterfeiting, what can you immediately think of? And then pick one thing, something specific from the 21st century, and that will lead you to the right element. All participants kindly note 16 to 20 are 2 pointers. You'll find 2 answer blanks on the Google form for 16 to 20. Kindly see if you can fill them in the same order as in the question. This will ensure that we can correct your entries easily. Okay, so kindly see if you can put them in the same order. Question number 16. A cartouche is an oval or oblong architectural model with a convex surface, typically edged with ornamental scrollwork. So it basically is used to hold a painted or bas relief design. So you can see a cartouche in the visual there. A famous brand in existence since the 1920s and named after a symbol / motif linked with a Christian festival. For example, if the Christian festival is Easter, the first motif that comes to mind will be the Easter bunny. Like it uses a cartouche in its logo designed to look like a traditional window frame. Which brand is this? What is this motif that it is named after? Whatever you see in the visual, that is almost exactly how its logo is designed to look like. Very ornate, very ornamental. If it helps, the brand in question is a European brand. Do you want the specific country? Just give me a thumbs up on your screens if you want more clues as to the origin of the brand. Any objections in me giving out more? Okay, it's a Belgian brand. It's a famous Belgian brand. I'm fairly certain many of you would have made good use of this brand. I mean, the best way of getting to the answer would be to figure out the motif in question, pick the right festival and the right motif. Think of only the most famous Christian festivals and the most famous symbols / motifs associated with them, and then build on it. You should at least get 1 point here. At least the motif everyone should get. But if you get the right motif, then the other part is just 1 step away. And let me clarify, only 1 word in the name of the brand comes from this motif. Only 1 word, only the first word rather in the name of the brand. The brand name is 2 words. Only the first word references the motif. Think of the most famous Christian festivals and pick the most famous motif / symbol you would associate with them. Number 17. Rupert, a 7th century bishop, is venerated as a saint in Roman Catholic and Orthodox churches. Now, in almost all his depictions in paintings and statues, etc., you'll always find a container in his hands. Because of this, he is a very apt choice as the patron saint of a Central European city, and this city is the capital of the state that it is a part of. Therefore, tell me what is in this container? Which city is he the patron saint of? So this is Rupert. He holds something in this container, which is why he was picked as the patron saint of the city. If it helps, a very, very famous classical 1960s film was set and shot in this city. This film almost always features in the top 10 lists of all time. Think of a 1960s film, Hollywood film, shot in a city and based in a city in Europe. The story is set in a city in Central Europe. If you want, I can actually give you the name of the film if there are no objections. No objections, right? Okay, the film in question is The Sound of Music. If you know in which city Sound of Music is set, If you get the right city from the name of the city, you should get what is in the container or vice versa. The etymology of the city's name is from whatever is in the container.
Do you want the specific name for the container or just what is in the container?
What is in the container, that's all. Whatever is in the container is something that you will find in every home. Every household will have it. One last clue, whatever is in the container, you could say, I mean, it is significant to the plot of the Shakespearean work King Lear as well. So in King Lear has 3 daughters. He banishes one of the 3 daughters because she compares her dad, that is King Lear, to this thing, whatever is in the container. Okay, number 18.
I had a question.
Yeah, sure.
Basically, what does he have in position and which city is it? Should we write it in that order, or
Yeah,
we can
I
write
mean,
in any
I'd
order?
request you to put them in the same order because it'll be easier for us to correct them.
Okay.
Number 18. According to its costume designer, and the costume designer was a lady, she took 2 years to design the antagonist's costume in a blockbuster 21st century film. Now, this costume was inspired by a Swedish army jacket as well as a dash frock coat to make him look equally dictatorial and something else. So basically, so the first set of blanks, there are 2 blanks there. The 2 blanks is the name of a development / event, the first 2 set of blanks. And the third blank here, the third blank is a derivative of the second blank. Let's say the second blank is quiz, the third blank will be quizzer, like that. If the second blank is quiz, the third blank will be quizzer. So that's how the second and third blanks are here. Which film, as an extra hint, this film is part of a famous franchise, a famous series. Part 2, what is the second influence? That is, what is this event / development, which also inspired the plot of the film itself? You could say the film was actually recreating the plot of this famous historical development. So the blank could be freedom struggle. Okay, the blanks could be freedom struggle, India's freedom struggle. So the first and second blank would be freedom and struggle. So the third blank would be struggler. So like that. Once you get the right film, think of the most famous, think of the biggest blockbuster franchises from the 21st century. And in which one will you find an antagonist whose description is like this?
So could you say what do we have to fill in the first blank and what do we have to fill in the second?
Yeah, so the
18A and
first
B?
2 blanks is a development, a famous historical development. Let's say, for example, freedom struggle, India's freedom struggle. So that will be the first 2 blanks. So the third blank is a derivative of the second blank. So the third blank would be struggler. So like that, but we don't want the blanks here. I want you to tell me which film is this. That's the first part. And the second influence will be the first set of blanks. That is the first and second blank is what we need as the answer to the second part of the question. If you get the right film, you should be able to figure out the right influence or right historical development. And the word dictatorial and the third blank, you could say, with regards to concept or with regards to logic, they are just opposites of each other.
So, but the question that you ask in the third point is that which is the film and what is their second influence, right?
Correct. So as in the costume was inspired by an army jacket as well as a dash frock coat. So the blanks being a historical development. So the second answer would be, what is that historical development that inspired the plot of the film itself? A very, very famous historical development. If you get the right film, you should get the second part as well. 19. Yeah, this was the last question I had framed for this quiz. I just framed this. So before this quiz, I was actually sitting and watching the IPL auction. While discussing a particular player and his new team following the first round of the IPL mega auctions today morning, one of the panelists joked that the only way a repeat of an incident, and this incident happened in season 12, that is in 2019, the only way this could be repeated would be in the nets. Which player were they discussing? What was the joke about? So this was the very first round of auctions. The very first round of auctions had the marquee players. Only about 10 players featured. If you know who the marquee players of this year's IPL auctions are, you should be able to figure this out. And this incident from the 2019 IPL was widely discussed, a highly debated incident. So because he was sold to one particular team, one of the panelists said, okay, now this incident cannot happen again. The only way it can happen now is in the nets. So the second part is, what was that incident? What was the joke about? By that, I want you to answer what this incident was. The incident happened in IPL 2019. Highly analyzed incident from IPL 2019. Now this cannot happen on a cricket ground again. The only way this can happen is in the nets. I'm sure if you watched the IPL, all of you would not have missed this. Oops. Just give me a sec. I don't think I've removed the answer slide for this because this was the last question. Did anyone see the answer? Did anyone see the next slide? Just give me a thumbs up on your screen if you've seen it.
Yes, it gave the answer.
Okay, so let me just remove one part. Let me just stop sharing, remove the slide and frame new question on the spot. Just give me one second. Sorry about that. You can still go ahead and answer the second part.
So is this converting to a one-pointer then?
No, I'll give you a new question. Give me a second.
Is it about mankading?
Kindly do not give out anything from your end as well. I mean, the point that you might have scored, you'd just lose it. We'll actually scrap the entire question. There's no point asking a question like, is it about mankading when you're attempting a quiz? Okay, it is obviously mankading. What else can it be? I'm sorry about this. Sorry from my end, and sorry on behalf of whoever gave away that answer as well. Sorry, we'll cancel this question. I would have given you a fresh question, but somebody spoiled it. Can just leave the last question, question number 19, blank for the time being. Let's see if we can give you a fresh question at the end. Question number 20 coming up. It's a video. Watch the video, answer the two parts. This segment from an acclaimed recent TV series focuses on the efforts to raise funds for the restoration of the location where the scene unfolds. Which series is this? Part one, and it's got a business connect as well. Okay, it's got some degree of connection to the world of business. Part one. What informal name was given to these efforts where two nations sort of took on each other? So basically, people from two nations came together and they sort of displayed their creations to each other to see which one was sort of superior. And they were doing this because they wanted to raise funds for the restoration of the location that you see here. Okay, so name the series. And for the second part, what was the informal name given to this development? It happened in the 1970s. It's a series based on a real life person or a real life development in the case of this video. Watch the video. We'll come back to the question. Watch what is happening first. TV series from recent times is this. It's an acclaimed series from sometime within the last couple of years. Now you saw this fashion show going on. So fashion designers from two countries came together and they sort of displayed their creations, and they were doing this to raise funds for where the fashion show was happening. So either tell me what was the name of these informal efforts, or tell me where exactly is this fashion show happening. I'll just play the relevant bit once again. There are helpful clues to figure out at least which city this is happening in, or at least which country this is. Yeah, this may help to figure out the country/city. Watch carefully, there might be something in there. And for the second part, the location that you see here, the building that you see here, what is this building? You can simply name the building, the structure, or you can tell me what is this face-off? What was the nickname given to this face-off?
So, Major, did you say we can just name the building for the second part?
Yeah, that would do.
Thank you.
We can also name the country, Major.
No, country won't do. I want the specific structure.
Major, which question is this?
This is
given that 19 is scrapped.
This will stay on as 20. We'll do one thing. Everyone kindly, for question number 19, put in R. Ashwin as answer A and Mankading as answer 2. Let everyone get 2 points. Kindly, all of you, all teams, kindly put R. Ashwin or his transfer to Rajasthan Royals today morning. So basically what was the joke was that now Josh Butler and R. Ashwin are in the same team. So therefore R. Ashwin cannot Mankade Josh Butler anymore. They can only do it on the nets. That was the joke. So all of you get 2 points. Well done. Okay, we'll quickly run through all questions one more time. Kindly fill in your answers while we do this rerun. You will not get any extra time after the rerun is done. We'll do a countdown at the end of the rerun. You'll need to submit your forms by the time the countdown is over. Okay. We won't take a lot of time. So number one, who is this visitor to that location? The visitor is intimately connected to SPJIMR as well. Once you figure out where all this is happening or what this event or incident is, you should be able to figure out who this is, even if you can't figure out the SPJIMR connection. But people attempting from SPJIMR, you should surely get this. Number two, which automobile brand is this? I don't want the name of the musical troupe / band scene here. I want the name of the bigger group that they are part of. That's the name of the brand. Number three, what cheeky addition was made to the illustration on this bottle? If you can figure out something on the image there and think of something that's happening there, you should be able to figure out what this addition is. What minor change was made to the masthead of the Times of India, 31st Jan 2022 edition? Description, the second para, an entity returning to its original roots and saying we want to help the dreams of the nation take wings again. All of that should help. What exactly is
Major, you said it was a textual change, right?
Correct. It is a textual change, not an image-based change. It was a textual change. What is the name of this maneuver? Usually done when they perform in a place like Louisiana. Both visuals are helpful. Which company's logo? Look at the keywords there. Reflected its specialization, transparent. Think of in what context you would have encountered a visual like this growing up while in school. That should help. Which typeface is this, which you might have used? First word is after an American polymath. When I say polymath, it basically means somebody with expertise across fields. In this case, he was a scientist, philosopher, author, freedom fighter, etc., etc., etc. Why exactly, or what happened 60 years earlier? And in that context, they made use of these shoes, which is why they relaunched it exactly 60 years later. Timeline plus the look of the shoes should help. Number 9, what aspect of a Hindu lady was the BBC trying to make use of? So your complete answer would be what aspect and how it would have helped. In the case of this visual, it's the X that is relevant. Which 2013 song is this? The song is named after the location where this is happening. Famed tragic event. So sort of being stuck in that same position for hundreds and hundreds of years. Where exactly did LG launch its television, specifically the borderless TVs? 2009 is helpful because it's an anniversary. And I had clarified the city in question as a national capital. How exactly did this company make this possible? Kiss under a mistletoe. Their solution was to make use of something that's been creating a buzz in recent years. The creative work here is a song. The blank in the first para and the last blank in the set of blanks in the second para are both the same. I clarified that it's a band with its members from the Caribbean, best known for a song about a Russian. Which sporting event is it? You can actually work out the name of the sporting event from the description here. Which element is this? Once you figure out the right items, anti-faking, anti-counterfeiting, once you have the right items, they were not in existence before the 21st century. They came into being only in the first couple of years of the 21st century. Which brand is this? And what is this?
One small doubt, is the motif shown the logo of the brand, or is it just a general motif?
It's a general motif.
Okay, thank you.
And you can find this motif on the products of this brand for sure. I had clarified that this is the city where The Sound of Music is set, and it was shot there as well. Which film from a famous franchise? And what is the historical development that fills in the first two blanks? All of you get 2 points here. R. Ashwin's transfer to Rajasthan Royals and Ashwin Mankading, Joss Butler. Which television series is this? What informal name was given to these efforts, or what is the building that you see here? It was in a bad state and they wanted to raise funds. Therefore, people from two nations came together, organized a fashion show, used it to create funds to renovate the building. Okay, I'll do a countdown now. Kindly submit your forms before we get to 0. Vishnu, kindly close the form only after I give you the go ahead.
Yes.
Yes, Major.
Yeah, we'll do a countdown now. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and 0. Last call. Anyone yet to submit your forms? Kindly mention on the mic right now. If not, we'll close the forms. Anyone? Okay, I'm guessing it's all done then. Jishnu and Vishnu, you can please close the forms. We'll give you the answers right away. Just stay on the call for the next 5 minutes. We'll give you the answers once this is done. The forms are closed, right?
Yes.
Right. Yeah. Is the slide visible?
Yes, Major, it's visible.
All right, so let's go ahead with the answers. You can shout out the answer. Number 1, who was this visitor? Let somebody from SPJIM answer this.
Is it Margaret Thatcher?
It indeed is Margaret Thatcher, who laid the foundation stone for the college. SPJIMR was, the foundation stone was laid by Thatcher. This is the Falklands War. So basically, Borges said Argentina and England are fighting over for nothing. This is the Margaret Thatcher Day, which is observed in the Falkland Islands following the end of the war. So Thatcher will get you 1 point. Number 2.
Is it Gypsy?
Volkswagen Touareg.
Nice.
Volkswagen.
This is the Volkswagen Touareg. So these are the Tuaregs, the nomads of the Sahara, and the band you saw there was Tinarivan.
Major, the TUA variation of the spelling of Touareg.
That's fine. Yeah, TUAREG is fine.
Would Volkswagen work?
Is Touareg compulsory to write? Right?
Yeah, Touareg has to be there.
Oh,
Touareg is the nomadic group in question.
But
Number
you
3.
would ask for just the name of the brand, right?
But you had said name of the brand,
Yeah,
not the
exactly.
car.
Specific brand is Touareg, right?
No, the
Volkswagen
brand-
has multiple car brands.
No, Volkswagen is a brand in itself. When you say
That's fine,
Touareg,
but
it's a
the
model.
specific there are specific brands, right?
But then we had asked, so you told
HUL is a
that
brand.
about the
In
model.
any case, the semi-nomadic group is Touareg, right? Volkswagen is not named after Touaregs. Right? The Touareg is a Volkswagen Touareg that is named after Touaregs.
No, but when we say brand means it's a company.
That's fine.
It
But
can be
in
HUL.
this case, I think it is. I think you made out. It is obvious that Volkswagen is not named after a semi-nomadic group, right?
No, a Volkswagen is Volkswagen. I did that logic.
That's fine, but they are not named after a semi-nomadic group, right? You will agree with me on that?
Yes, yes. So Major, it's not named after this, but you told the automobile brand which is related to it. So Touareg, Volkswagen Touareg is related to Volkswagen, and you told you need to say the automobile brand. So we wrote only
Based on that
I'm
Volkswagen.
going to give you points because I think even if the wording may have come across like that, it is fairly obvious that the word Touareg is the keyword here. Writing Volkswagen will not get you points. We'll need Touareg in the answer.
Sorry to interrupt, but is Touareg a brand? Volkswagen is the brand, Touareg is the model, I guess.
Yes.
Agreed. I agree with you on that. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Even if the question came across like that, it is fairly obvious that the word Volkswagen is not named after a nomadic group.
It is obvious, but we were writing Volkswagen
Major, the
Touareg, and then
anomalies
you
in
mentioned
question
that
should
we
not
just need
affect
to
us.
mention the brand, so we removed it.
There is no need to remove it. I mean, that's a wrong logic.
That should have been mentioned clearly, right?
You should have asked for it then, if we had that confusion.
It should have been mentioned what model of the company.
Yeah, exactly.
I apologize for that. I apologize for that, but I think it's fairly obvious that we want the keyword to where. Otherwise, I would not have asked this question, right? Let's move on. Number
Guys,
3.
I think the quizmaster's decision is final here. So we request you all to abide to it.
I think most of you would agree with me. Even if it may have come across like that, it is fairly obvious that the word we want here is Touareg. Okay, number 3.
Is this the scaffolding?
Perfect answer there. This is the Big Ben being renovated, and they added a scaffolding. If you look carefully at
Major, you should actually not give points for Big Ben.
No, I don't want Big Ben. I just want scaffolding.
Yeah, but like it's Elizabeth Tower, not Big Ben renovated.
Do we get points for Big Ben's renovation?
The keyword is scaffolding because while the question was being asked, I said if you give me anything related to it, we'll give you points. So Big Ben renovation is good enough actually. Number 4.
Did they add Maharaja?
Did they call it the Flying Times of India?
India's most trusted news.
This is the Times of Air India. The Times of Air India. Air India returning to the Tata fold. So they renamed the masthead to Times of Air India. Number 5.
Is it corn on the cob?
Bombers.
No.
Fleur-de-lis.
Excellent answer, whoever said fleur-de-lis. It looks exactly like the fleur-de-lis because Louisiana is it has French. So basically, it was a French territory once upon a time, which is why they form the fleur-de-lis when they perform in places like with French history attached to it. Number 6.
Bosch and Long.
You would have come across this figure in such diagrams, optics. So this is Bosch and Long. There is a Bosch and a Long, so they just put a plus sign between the two, a transparent plus sign to hint at the optics. 7.
Franklin Gothic.
Franklin Gothic, Benjamin Franklin, and Gothic is the umbrella term for sans serif typefaces. 8.
Is this the first climb of Everest?
Superb answer. The first ever climb of Mount Everest. These were the shoes used by the expedition. Number 9.
Bindi. Bindi as a dot.
Perfect answer. This is the Bindi, and this is how TV channels, TV companies center their images. The cross was used to center the image in this case, and this is the Bindi that was used to center the image. 10.
Pompeii.
Pompeii is an excellent answer. This is Pompeii by Bastille. Following the volcanic eruption, they were all trapped in the magma/lava, and the bodies were preserved in that position. 11.
Berlin.
Berlin Wall.
Superb answer. 2009 would be the 20th anniversary of the fall of the Berlin Wall. The wall acted as a border of sorts. So now no longer there's a border, so borderless. Therefore, Berlin. 12.
Yes, VR.
Excellent answer. Creating a buzz, therefore drones. 13.
Is it Babylon?
This is the reverse of Babylon.
By the reverse of Babylon.
Yeah, but Babylon is good enough. 14.
Just climbing the Great Wall of China.
Great Wall of
Specifically want the Great Wall of China marathon. Give you half a point for Great Wall of China, and if it comes to a tiebreaker, we'll give you the full point for Great Wall of China.
Sir, I write the Great Wall.
You sort of broke up there. If you could repeat what you said.
Actually, I give the answer the Great Wall of Marathon.
Yeah, we'll give it to you. I mean, even though that technically doesn't sound correct, but we'll give you for your keywords there. 15.
Europeum and Euro notes.
Europeum, which is added to Euro banknotes. Anti-counterfeiting. Euro banknotes came into being only in the 21st century. And the anti-counterfeiting ingredient in Euro banknotes is Europeum, coincidentally. 16.
Jack Daniels.
Nice guess, but no.
Star of Bethlehem in Stella.
Stella.
This is Stella Artois, and this is the Christmas star. Any reference to Star of Bethlehem or the Christmas star, all of that will get you points. The second part. Stella means star.
Major, in the Euro banknotes question, if I have written US bank dollar notes, then would I get it?
We did not want that. We specifically asked for the element as the answer. So if you have, as long as you have Europeum in your answer, you'll get points.
Okay, thank you.
16 is Stella Artois and the Christmas star or the Star of Bethlehem. 17. Salt and
Salzburg.
Perfect. Salt and Salzburg. Salz is local term for salt. Superb answer there. 18.
The Dark Knight Rises.
Dark Knight Rises. The French Revolution.
Perfect answer. The Dark Knight Rises and the French Revolution. Superb answer there. And Dark Knight Rises is actually an allegory of the French Revolution. 19. Yeah, 19 everyone got. R. Ashwin's moved to Rajasthan Royals and Joss Butler. 20.
Halston and the Palace of Versailles.
This is Halston, and this is the Battle of Versailles. So the event itself was organized to raise funds for the renovation of the Palace of Versailles. So French and American fashion designers came together, and they 5 from each country, and they sort of exhibited their works here and raised a lot of money for renovation of the location.
Will Palace of Versailles fetches points in the last one?
Yes, you will get points for that.
Yeah.
And once again, apologies for question number 2. If the framing came across like that, we'll try and give you points in case of a tiebreaker. If people who written just Volkswagen and deleted Touareg, if it comes to a tiebreaker, we'll consider your answer and give you points. It'll take us half an hour to 45 minutes to correct the answer. So you can either stay on the call or come back in 45 minutes. Thanks a lot.
Yes, before you leave, there is one thing that we would like you to do. Parvati?
She's not audible.
Okay, so Parvati, you are not audible.
Am I audible now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. While the scores are being tallied, we'd like to make a humble request to all of you. We'll be sending a link on the Zoom chat shortly. Please go to the page that it takes you to and vote for our festival, Ojas. It won't take you more than 2 minutes, and we'd appreciate it a lot if you could all go and vote for us.
Doing it right away.
Thank you.
So guys, you can either keep your videos off or yes. So we will do the evaluation now. So please be back in say 30 minutes. Also, please keep checking your WhatsApp group for any updates. So we will let you know. Major, just 5 minutes. I'm trying to call some people, some of the
Yep, sure.
teams that
No
have not
problem.
yet formed
Sure.
participants. Guys, we will start in 1-2 minutes. I will just call out the names. Can you please confirm all of you are here, like the teams? Hello.
Just no go ahead with calling the team names.
Okay. So the caveat attempted. Hello.
Team caveat attempter.
Jyotish, Pratyush, caveat attempter, are you guys here? I can see them on the meeting, but no response.
I think they are not near their devices.
Correct.
I'll just drop a message on.
Sure.
Yeah, please drop on. Preetham, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, thanks.
Just a minute. Yes. Once they respond, please put them on spotlight so that it will be easy for us to go out with the finals.
Yeah, you can remove us from the spotlight.
Yeah.
Sure, I'll do that.
Next, what's in the name? Team, what's in the name?
Yeah, we are here.
Yes. Team Fresh.
I cannot spotlight people when they are not switching on their videos.
Okay, guys, please switch on your videos so that.
Guys, all the teams who have qualified for the finals, please turn on your videos. We want to see you through the whole proceedings of final.
So,
and also, could you raise your hands?
Yeah, that would be better.
Yeah.
So Team Fresh is here, right? Team Fresh. Okay. No.
Yeah.
Okay. Put your hands up so that we will get. Team Sophie's Choice.
Yeah, we have.
Please put your hands up. Both the members. Team Braniac.
Yes, we have.
Okay. How to turn tables.
Yeah, we have as well.
Okay. So I guess Sri Vishnu, the team you were calling.
Yeah, those. I mean, they've responded on WhatsApp. They'll join in a minute.
Okay.
And all the teams, can you kindly add your team number to your team names and on the WhatsApp group as well? I think caveat attempter was team number 1.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, I can give the number.
Yeah.
So caveat attempter is team number 1. So you can rename your WhatsApp group as team 1. Yeah.
I mean, just a minute. Would it be team number 1 _ team name or?
Yeah, that would be perfect. I mean, I just wanted some indication to their team, what their team number is, so that it's easier for me to check everything.
Okay, fine. Yeah. So just rename your groups as team 1 _ team name.
Should we also ask them to rename your Zoom name? So
yeah, that would be perfect. In fact.
Yeah, that will also work. Please do the renaming in both WhatsApp groups and your Zoom names.
So team 2 is Preetham Upadhyaya. Team 3, what's in the name? Team 4, Fresh. Team 5, Sophie's Choice. Team 6, Team Brainiac. Team 7, How the Turntables. So there are 7 teams for the final. So please rename it.
Team Fresh, How the Turntables and Sophie's Choice. You are ready to rename your WhatsApp groups, please.
Rename to what?
Your team name, I mean team number underscore your team name. Your WhatsApp group.
That's what it was first. But someone changed it.
So your team name is team number is 5. Sophie's choice. So team number 5.
Team 5 underscore your team name, which is already there in the WhatsApp. I guess all the teams have been named on WhatsApp. So yes, how are we doing in the spotlight?
So yeah, how should we go about it? I mean, should I spotlight some teams?
I mean, if it is possible to spotlight all the teams, it will be better.
But the thing is, can you all please switch on your cameras? Only then I'll be able to spotlight you.
So team 2 is there.
And we'll require all of you to display both hands at all points in time. Kindly take a look at team 7, how the turntables, the way he is sitting. That's how your camera should be. It should be at a distance away from your face. Yeah, just take a look at Preetham's screen. Perfect way of being seated for the finals. Or team 3, what's in the name, Faisal. So that's how you should be seated. I will point out, call out names if need be, but I don't think it should come to that. It's a very simple thing to do.
Okay, so there's a limitation on Zoom. We can only spotlight 9 people at a time.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
so it will be better if they raise their hands, I guess.
Okay. Fine then. Then please keep your hands raised, or the teams who are qualified for finals, so that it will be better to identify. Team Sophie's choice and caveat attempted. Just rename your Zoom names to your team number first and then your team name, so that it will be easy for us to identify. Like the naming pattern was what the other teams have followed.
Vishnu, everything fine or?
Yeah, I guess everything is fine. What's in the name? Team 3 from the team, the video is still not on. Yeah, fine. So just final head count on. So team 1 is here. Team 1, 2 people are here from team 1. From team 2, Preetham is here. Team 3. Faisal, will it be only you who will be joining for the? Okay, 3 people, 2 people are there from the team 3. Fine. And team 4, fresh. It will just be Vismit joining. You won't have. Okay, fine. Team 5 will be team 5. Calvin, could you just add your team name to your Zoom name?
I've added, no? Could you guys
And I'm able to. What's the team name? It's Sophie's Corner, right?
Oh, the team name also. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. So team 5, is it only you, Calvin, or you have a teammate?
There are two.
Okay, fine. Okay, fine. 6 will be Brainiac. We have Pavanagat and Praveen. Okay. And 7 has the rebels. Okay, we are good to go.
Major, we can start.
Yeah. So thanks a lot once again, Jishnu, Vishnu, and all the other organizers of InQuizzitive from SPJIMR'S Management Research. And congrats to the top 7 teams in the finals. It was pretty close, and one team they joined, but then they want to drop out, so which is why we are going with 7 teams. I'll share my screen and explain the rules. Kindly confirm the screen is visible to all of you. Just give me a thumbs up on your screens. Visible, right?
I think it's visible for everyone.
Just
in case you have any issues, please let us know immediately, guys.
Yes, thank you. So welcome to the finale of InQuizzitive, the general quiz at Ojas 14 organized by SPJIMR. Once again, thanks to the entire organizing team for letting me be a part of this. And once again, congrats to all the finalists for this event. This is how we'll do the finals. We have a total of 4 rounds, 2 written rounds, a clockwise round, and an anti-clockwise round. I'll explain the rules for each round when we come to those rounds. You don't have to touch your phones at any point in the quiz. Kindly use your phones only when I ask you to, whenever you need to send in the written round answers or the pounce answers. Okay. Otherwise, you need to have your hands on the screen at all points in time. I'll point it out if needed, but hopefully it won't come to that at any point. All the very best. Here comes question round number 1. So, I mean, the Wordle craze is sweeping across the globe right now. Therefore, the first written round is on Wordle. 3 questions broadly based on the theme of Wordle. 10 points for every correct answer. I'll show you questions, the 3 questions first. Discuss the answers with your teammate. Okay, discuss each question with your teammate. At the end of the 3rd question, when I ask you to send in the answers, then one member from each team can send the 3 answers. Okay. All the best. Here is question number 1. The success of Wordle has inspired a number of companies and corporates to come out with their own take on the game. One such entity, headquartered in the city called Espoo, tweeted out an image that was seen to be nostalgic to many people. Which entity tweeted out the image that you see here? What were they hinting at? Or else, why were people feeling nostalgic? Okay. So which entity tweeted this out? And what were they hinting at by virtue of having this particular image? Take a good look. If you know where Espoo is, you should be able to take a good guess. I recommend all of you get on a voice call with your teammates so that you can discuss over a call. Which entity, which company / corporate? And at any point, if you have a company / brand / model confusion, please feel free to ask. This should be a simple one. All 3 questions are pretty simple. Should be a high scoring round. Take a good look. Question number 2. The lashing success of Wordle has also inspired the creation of a number of memes and parodies based on distinctive look of the shareable tiles in multiple colors. So one meme that received a lot of coverage was a Twitter meme where red tiles sort of spelled out letters in a background of blue tiles. So there's a background of blue tiles in which certain tiles were colored red. Okay. And this was based on the opening credits of an equally successful pop culture phenomenon from recent times. Which pop culture phenomenon inspired this particular Twitter meme? Look at the fact that there's a blue background of tiles, blue background, on which certain tiles are colored red to spell out letters. So what is this successful pop culture phenomenon from recent times? Think of the opening credits of all the pop culture phenomena from recent times that have achieved recognition across the world. It's been a highly successful thing. And maybe the first paragraph has an extra clue in there. If you read the first paragraph carefully, there might be an extra hint in there. Question number 3. One of the popular versions of Wordle follows the same rules as the original game, but each word in this case is connected to the entity which inspired this version. So basically a set of words directly connected to the inspiration for this version. Now, the one major customization in this version was that the correct letters, instead of turning green, they turned purple, because purple is the signature shade of the entity in question. What was the inspiration for this version? Instead of the correct letters turning green, they turned purple. Again, from recent times. Think of a world famous entity with purple as their signature shade. When I say world famous, I mean, they probably are at the top of multiple lists over the last 4 or 5 years. Okay, let's quickly cycle through all questions again. Number 1, which entity tweeted this out? What were they hinting at? Number 2, which pop culture phenomenon? Red tiles on a blue background. And number 3, what inspired this particular Wordle version? All right, so one member from each team kindly send in all 3 answers as a single entry on the WhatsApp group. You have 30 seconds to send in the answers. Last call, I've got only 3 attempts so far. So far, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 5 attempts. All right, I think I've got all answers. I've got an attempt from the audience as well, Aryan, who's got 1 out of 3 correct. Well done. So let's go to the answers now. Number 1, which entity, what were they hinting at? Any of you unmute and answer, please.
Nokia and Snake Hands.
Nokia and Snake.
Perfect answer. This is Nokia, who were tweeting out about this game Snake. So they basically formed a snake on the over there using the tiles. So Nokia gets you 5, Snake gets you 5. Number 2, I think
Spider-Man?
Not Spider-Man. Nice guess though. Anyone else?
Matrix.
Not Matrix.
Ted Lasso.
Ted Lasso is an excellent answer. This is the opening credits of Ted Lasso. And again, very nicely, the seats in a stadium are converted in the opening credits, which is why they could very nicely use tiles for the same purpose. So this is Ted Lasso. And number 3?
BTS.
BTS gets you another 10. So let's give out points. Who's keeping scores? Jishnu or Vishnu?
Yeah,
Major, both of us have a track of it, so we won't
Perfect,
be
perfect. So
disappointed.
I'll give the team name and team number and the points. Team 1 gets 20. Team 2 gets 20. Team 3 gets 20. Team 4 gets 20. Team 5 gets 20. Team 6 is on 0. And team 7 gets 20.
So every team except team 6 has 20 points.
Perfect, yes. We move on to the clockwise round. Total of 10 questions on pounds and bounds. Is there any team here that needs explanation regarding what pounds and bounds is? If yes, I'll explain. If not, I'll move on. The pounds answers are to be entered on the WhatsApp group. Enter it in the WhatsApp group and tag me. Only then will it be taken as the final answer. And if a question goes unanswered, let's say it is team 1's question, it has gone unanswered. The next question will go directly to team number 2 and not back again to team number 1. Okay. All right. So question number 1 to team number 1. Again, once again, all teams, you can keep your phones down. Take them only when you need to send in the answers. Kindly keep your phones away. INS Shikra is an Indian naval air station located in Colaba in Bombay. It is primarily a heliport and controls all helicopter operations in South Bombay. Keeping in mind the security requirements of the naval dockyard and other vital naval installations, the Navy does not generally permit civilian helipads to operate in the region. It was because of this reason that the Navy denied permission for the construction of 3 more helipads somewhere specifically in the city in 2009. But despite this, the helipads were constructed. So despite this opposition, the helipads got permission and were constructed. Where exactly did these helipads come up? If you watch the film Krish 3, a likeness of this location gets destroyed in the film. Again, look at the fact that Navy very promptly banned construction, but despite this, permission was received. Team 2, very quick pounce. Anyone else pouncing? Last call for pounds. So far, I have pounces from 2, 3, and 4. Okay, closing the pounds. Pounds is now done. Team 1, this is your direct.
Yeah, we're going to guess Antila.
Do you want to slightly reform your answer? But yeah, we'll give you the full 10 points, even though it's technically Antilia and not Antila. So this is Mukesh Ambani's residence in South Bombay. Antilia is where the 3 helipads were constructed, but they're not operational due to various other reasons, even though they came up. So 10 points there to team number 1. And on the pounds, teams 2, 3, and 4 all get plus 10. So 1, 2, 3, and 4 all get plus 10. And question now to team number 2. Released in July 2020, this pocket-sized product measured the dimensions given there. Now, it was intended to function as an extension of a body part, a human body part that is, and recreate actions performed using this body part more safe to the user. Which Kolkata-based company came out with this product that was stocked at both stationery as well as pharmaceutical shops? Part 1. Part 2, what exactly was the utility of this thing? What was the function of this thing? Which Kolkata-based company, a leader of such products in India, one of the top companies that manufacture such products? Team 3, can I have both your hands on screen, please? Yeah. Open on the pounds. No pounces. timeline may be helpful. The fact that it came out in July 2020, came out very recently, may help you at least with the utility. Extension of a human body part. It says make actions more safe to the user. Okay, I don't see any pounces, so let's close the pounce and take it from team number 2.
Yeah, so I'll say this is Link, the pen company.
Okay.
And for the second part, I'll say it's essentially to you like wear it or you put it over your finger, and then you can touch stuff like common devices or lift buttons and so on, so that you are not actually touching it. Like you're
Brilliant answer, and that will get you the full 10 points. So this is Link pens. So this is basically, so during the COVID-19 pandemic, hand sanitization is very, very important. So this is the finger-free touch device. You don't need your finger to touch anything. The pen will do that job for you. So you can just use the pen to touch switches, buttons, etc., and keep your hands safe and dirt-free and free of any kind of infection that you might potentially get. Excellent answer there from team number 2. Only person to get this. Plus 10 there to team number 2. And question direct to team number 3. Unlundun is an acclaimed young adult fantasy novel by China Mill, released in 2007. Now the title comes from Unlondon, that is London, the opposite of London, just like the other side, the upside down in Stranger Things, the name of the alternate realm where the book is set. Now, the evil force in Unlundun is something dark, quite literally dark, and has the ability to envelop its victims and kill them. Among the things used by the characters in the book to beat it include a magic weapon named Clinneract. What/who is the villain in the work? Open on the
one is
pounce.
pouncing.
All right, one is pouncing. Two has pounced. Plenty of clues in there to figure what this is. Read the text carefully, enough clues in there. Look at the fact that it's set, comes from London, something dark, envelop its victims and kill them. Clinneract. Okay, we'll close the pounce since I can't see any other attempts. Pounce is closed, only 1 and 2 have pounced. Team 3, this is your day. One of you unmute and answer, please.
Is it Zana?
I'm afraid not. Question passes to 4. Team 4.
What do we call now?
Team 4, Vismith, do you have an answer?
Yeah. Not exactly.
I'll pass you then. Okay, question passes to team 5. Sophie's choice.
So we'll guess that this is the London taxi cab.
I'll have to pass you. Team 6.
Is it Broken Brawl?
Not exactly. Team 7.
Is it something like dementia?
Something like?
Dementia?
Nice guess. I mean, fits in with some of the things in the question, but not dementia. Teams 1 and 2 spotted it and got plus 10 on this. So 1 and 2 get plus 10 on the pounce. Look at the fact it says London, which means basically the setting is London. And what could Clinneract be? I mean, how can you unravel Clinneract? What does it sound like? So Clinneract basically is Clean Air Act. It's a play on Clean Air Act. Something harsh, enveloping victims, London. So this is the Great Smog of London. So basically this is a book based on the London smog, where the London smog is the villain. So Clinneract, basically Clean Air Act was enacted to defeat or pollution. So that is how planar act comes into being. So excellent answers there from teams 1 and 2 who both get +10. And question now will be direct to team number 4. In 2015, this automobile company, which also manufactures the train engine used by all these Airbus models, announced their entry in the SUV sector. So this vehicle, that is the SUV that they came up with, is the first one from them to have an all-wheel drive, the first with a hatchback, and the first to use touchscreens for the infotainment system. This gem of a model, tested and polished to eliminate any technical flaws, was codenamed after the discovery in Southern Africa in the early 20th century. Which company is this? What name did they give their first SUV? Team 6, I need both parts. And team 6, can I have both hands on screen, please?
Major team 1.
Okay. Last call. Okay.
Major, whose direct is this?
This will be force direct once pounce is closed. Are you pouncing? Okay, I'm guessing not. So pounce is now closed. Team 4, you're direct.
Yeah. So company would be Rolls-Royce and their first SUV would be Rolls-Royce Cullinan.
Superb answer, as simple as that. This gem of a model tested and polished. So that is the Cullinan diamond, which they discovered in South Africa. Tested, polished, gem, etc. would hint towards any kind of gemstone. So excellent answer there from team 4 who get +10 on this. And on the pounce, teams 1, 2, and 3 all get +10. 1, 2, 3 get +10. We will not give next to team number 6. Team 6 had an incomplete answer, so we will not give next to them. And question now to team number 5. She was an empress of the Roman Empire and mother of the Roman Emperor Constantine the Great. One of the important figures in the history of Christianity, her enduring fame comes from a religious tour of Syria, Palestine, and Jerusalem, during which she chanced upon something, that is, she came across something. This discovery also got her to be venerated as the patron saint of a certain group of professionals. Who is this lady? Okay, part 1, who is this lady? What did she discover? And because of this discovery, what is she the patron saint of, as in which group of professionals? 3 parts. Point scheme is 3, 3, and 4 in that order. And if it helps, something gets its name, as in a certain location gets its name from her. I need all 3 parts if you're pouncing. Only team 3 pouncing so far.
Sorry, Major, whose direct is this?
This will be team 5's direct. Team 3, I've asked for 3 parts, so I need all 3. The fact that there's a location named after her may be helpful.
Major team 1 pounds.
Okay,
Cool.
all right. Last call. If not, I'm closing with teams 1 and 2. Okay, pounce is now closed.
Could you just see my, I have a doubt, I'll just message it to you.
I haven't got your pounce yet. Team 4.
Major, did you say that the group of professionals are named after
No.
person?
I said a location is named after this person. Okay, so got all bounces. Bounces now closed. Question is for team number 5. Oh yeah, team 5, Sophie's choice.
Yeah,
It's your direct. Yeah.
We'll say the saint is someone called Damascus, after whom
Okay.
is his name, and she discovered gauzes firstly, and because she has a tweezer.
Discovered what?
Gauze, like the cotton gauze.
Okay, cotton gauze. Okay.
And she had a tweezer, so we're gonna guess this is patron saint of surgeons.
Nice guess. Team 6. Team 6, if you don't have an answer, I will pass you.
Is it the group of professionals or nurses?
Okay, and the other 2?
No, not sure.
Nothing. Okay, team 7.
We're not sure about the name, but maybe she discovered like dices and like she chanced upon, and the group of professionals are maybe gamblers.
Nice. Team 1 pounced, team 2 pounced, team 3 also pounced, team 4 also pounced. So 1 to 4 have pounced, the others, I don't think any of the parts are correct. Anyone in the audience? If there is any audience, do you want to take a shot? Okay, so one of the teams that pounced, kindly give out the answer, the complete answer. Visual was helpful for one of the 2 parts. Anyone kindly unmute and answer 1 to 4. Any of you
Yeah,
can
this is
unmute
Saint Helena. She discovered the true cross, and she's a patron saint of archaeology because she did a discovery, essentially.
Perfect answer. So this is Saint Helena, after whom the island of Saint Helena gets its name. And she was the one who discovered the true cross on which Jesus Christ was crucified. And because this was discovered, she dug and discovered this thing, which is why the profession of archaeology have her as the patron saint. So plus 10 to teams 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 all get plus 10. And question now to team number 6. The Reign of the Superman is a short story written by Jerry Siegel and illustrated by Joe Shuster. It was the first published use of the name Superman, which was later applied to their archetypal fictional superhero. Although there is no solid proof, it is speculated that they were inspired to create the character thanks to a concept that was floating around at that time. What is this concept that was proposed by a German?
Yeah, Major team 1 will pounce.
Please.
2 will pounce.
Answered in the audience by Aryan.
Did you tag him?
Yeah, 5 is pounced.
5 has already pounced. Last call. Okay, got all pounces. Pounces now closed. Team 6, you're direct.
No idea.
No idea. Passing. Team 7.
Okay, so we think the German is Ubermensch. I don't know.
The German is not Ubermensch, but you will get your full 10 points. The German version is Nietzsche, who gave the concept of Ubermensch, from which Ubermensch literally translates to Superman, and that is how supposedly the concept and the name Superman came into being. So good one there. 10 points there to team number 7. And on the pounds, 1 gets 10, 2 gets 10, 5 gets 10, and team 3, they get the first megs of the quiz. Team 3 gets a -5. And question now to team number 1. This is a program hatched in 1957 by the Mexican government and is the only one of its kind in the entire world. It involves donations of artworks to the government and is today a collection of nearly so many paintings, sculptures, and graphics from some of the country's best known and amateur artists. It was a brainchild of this guy, an influential artist of his generation, who pitched it to authorities in an effort to get a friend out of trouble. The first work received was this painting by Diego Rivera, and a 10-member jury is in place today to ensure that nobody tries to unload junk. Now, what is the logic or utility of this program? So this is the program when it came into being. Image may not be helpful, but again, read the question and look at the fact that the government came up with this may be helpful. You're giving away your artworks to the government. Why? What is the logic?
Major team 1 will pounce.
All right.
Team 6 will pounce.
All right.
Is it our direct?
It's your direct. You don't need to pounce. We'll close the pounce with team 6's pounce.
Team 3 is also pouncing.
Okay. Team 3 waiting for your answer. Okay, I'm guessing team 3 is not bouncing then. Closing the bounce.
Wait, I'm writing, Major. I'm writing.
Okay, got team 3's bounce, and question is with team number 1.
Shall we answer?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, so we're assuming especially a species. So essentially, artists are allowed to pay taxes via artwork.
Perfect answer. That is all that we were looking for. So you basically can pay your, so if you don't have money to pay the government, you can simply create an artwork, and depending on the price of or the value of your artwork, the government will accordingly calculate or deduct taxes accordingly. So 10 points there to team number 1. On the pounds, teams 2, 3, and 6 get +2. 2, 3, and 6 all get +2. And question out to team number 2. In this edition of Outlook, Anjum Hassan wrote about the cuisine of the state of Meghalaya, emphasizing on delicacies she came across while growing up in Shillong. This included dishes like all these dishes mentioned here. And to indicate the city's exalted status in this regards, she used a play on the name of a special location as the article's title. What was the title of the article? Look at the fact that this is the cuisine of Meghalaya. Look at the fact that she used a special location in Delhi.
Which, can you please repeat what you just said?
This is the cuisine of Meghalaya. And look at the fact that she used the name of a special location in Delhi as the article's title. All teams, can we have both hands on screens at all times?
5 is fine.
Okay. All right, closing the pounds with team 5.
Major team 1 pounds.
Team 3.
Are we allowed to pounce?
Yeah, you can pounce just in time. Team 3 waiting for your answer. Okay, got team 3's answer. Team 2, Preetham, you're direct.
I'd say horse Kasi.
Very nice guess, but I'll have to pass you. Team 3 pounced. Team 4.
Karol Bagh.
Not Karol Bagh. Team 5 pounced. Team 6.
No.
Nothing from team 6. Team 7.
Is this can eat place?
Nice guess again, but not can eat place. Team 1 pounced. It was team 2's direct. Pritam was on the right track with the Khas angle. So Khasi has to be there, but it says exalted status, the highest possible status, and something more apt. What else in Delhi can you think of?
So Diwani Khasi is correct.
This is Diwani Khasi and not horse Khasi. But nice guess there from team 2. Team 1 gets +10 on the pounds. We will not give next to team 5, who were on the right track but did not get there still. And but next to team 3, who said Paranthe Wali Gali. Team 3 gets a -5. Team 1 gets a +10. Team 5 gets no next. And question to team number 3.
Sir, can you repeat the scores once?
Yeah, team 1 gets 10. Team 3 gets -5. That's all.
Okay.
The Mughal Empire, commanded by Babur, grew to be the greatest and the most populous of all Mughal empires, with around 100 million subjects. The Mughals were also partly responsible for shifting eastwards the center of gravity of the Islamic world. Under their rule, cities like Agra and Lahore came to be regarded as wonders of God's creation. Now, the fame of these cities spread to the west and got them to be used as examples mentioned to someone after a fall. Where did these cities find mention? And as an extra hint for the timeline, wherever it found mention, so the light of the day during the reign of Mughal Emperor Alamgir I. If you know the timelines of Mughal emperors, then you should.
Major, who's direct?
2's direct. Sorry, 3 is direct.
So you need a context, or you need an example? Like
A specific example where these names were used. If it helps, these were not the only names used, but
Major team 1 is found.
From India, these were the only names used. There were many more cities used, but from India, these were the only cities.
No, Major. So I meant like if it's a set, would a set do, or do you need an example from the set?
I need an example from the settings. Look at the timeline. Mughal Emperor Alamgir II. If it helps, Alamgir II is second half of the 17th century.
Major team 1's already pounced, if you can.
Okay, 2 will pounce.
Okay, so it's okay. So far 1 and 2, anyone else?
Ajay, can you repeat the timeline that you said?
Second half of the 17th century. Are you pouncing team 5? Okay, team 5, I'm guessing you're not pouncing. Okay, pounce closed. Team 3, you're direct.
Is it Shehre Asob?
No, passes to team 4.
Pass.
Passing team 5.
We'll say Paradise Lost.
And you will get points regained as a consequence. So excellent answer there. So these are all the cities mentioned in Paradise Lost. So basically after the fall of Adam in Paradise Lost. So all these cities, all the famous cities are mentioned as examples in the work by John Milton. So superb answer there from team 5, you get +10. And on the pounds, teams 1 and 2 both get +10. 1, 2, and 5 get +10. And question now to team number 6, the last question of this round. The Austin Healey Sprite was a low-cost race car introduced and made news globally in 1963 due to a guy called Heinz Meixner, who was aided in his task by a red model. This model was selected only after removing its windshield because it was just 35.5 inches tall, 2 inches lesser than the unsafe value, unsafe in quotes. All of this preparation was necessary due to something conceived by a person who was awarded the Olympic order in the 1980s due to the spectacular success of the athletes of his country during this period. What was this car brand selected for? Okay, so this car model was selected by Heinz Meixner in 1963 for some purpose. What is that purpose? And this, whatever he did was necessitated because of the guy in the second visual. The guy in the second visual did something because of which Heinz Meixner had to do something. Yeah, this is Heinz Meixner in the process of doing it. What is he doing? That is all that I want. And this is the guy because of whom all of this happened.
2 responses.
Okay.
Major, could you please go back to the text?
Yes.
Oh, ha, 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 ha.
Please mute yourself.
Please mute.
Please mute, Jyotish.
Kindly mute. Sorry. I'm sorry. Did I was unmute? Can team 1 bounce?
Yeah, team 1 can bounce, but kindly mute yourselves. Last call for pounds. Visual is very helpful. Okay, closing the pounds and questions with team number 6.
Was it like a car selected for for a roofless car or something?
No.
A drawing back the roof.
No. Team 7.
Wait, sorry. Do you want the 1963?
Correct. As in, what is happening in this visual is what I want. What does he do? So Heinz Meixner is the guy behind the wheel. What is he doing here in this visual?
Is this something? Is this the JFK assassination?
Not the JFK assassination, even though the timeline is correct. Team 1 pounced, team 2 pounced, team 3.
Can we please go back to the question?
Yeah. Yeah, team 3.
Is it it's going and like it's the car that can go below the height of a high jump in Olympics? Sorry.
Nice thought process, but I'll pass you. Team 4.
Selected for crash testing.
Not a crash test. Team 5.
Okay, Major, so I'm going to say the dude in the second picture is Ceausescu, who was awarded the Olympic order because Romania actually took part in those Olympics. And this guy was planning to escape from his regime, and he wanted to pass the Berlin Wall from the East Bloc. So he took this car and made his way there.
Since you have all the concepts correct, I'll give you the full 10 points. Since you have most of your concepts correct, even though some of the proper nouns were wrong. So this is defecting across checkpoint Charlie. So basically, Berlin Wall concept is correct, but this is not specifically crossing the Berlin Wall. This is specifically crossing the checkpoint Charlie because the boom boom thing was this 37.5 inches tall. So he needed a car that would slip under the pole, which is why he had picked this car because very low ground clearance. And anyone for who this person is? Anyone? Preetham, do you want to take a shot?
It's a German chancellor who came up with the Berlin Wall.
Correct. Who is he? Famously
Adenauer?
Immortalized on the Berlin Wall as a sculpture, as painting as well.
Adenauer?
No.
No.
This is Honecker, Erich Honecker, who came up with the Berlin Wall, concept of Berlin Wall. So 10 points there to team number 5. And on the pounds, teams 1 and 2 both get plus 10. So 1, 2, and 5 all get plus 10. Can we have a look at the scores before moving on to the next round? You can just read out the scores. You don't need to share screen.
Okay. So team 1, 110 points. Team 2, 110 points. Team 3, 50 points. Team 4, 50 points. Team 5, 50 points. Team 6, 10 points. Team 7, 30 points.
All right. So 1 and 2 in an early lead with other teams who can still catch up. So written round again, 10 points for every correct answer. This time we'll look at events that have happened in the year 2022. It's only been almost about just about a month and a half, but still plenty has happened. What a year. Yes. So 3 events from 2022. Once again, you don't need to touch your phones till the end of this round. Send in all 3 answers as a single entry at the end of question number 3. Here goes question number 1. Following Lata Mangeshkar's death in Bombay earlier this year, numerous anecdotes regarding her life and work came out. One of these talked of a trip she had to make to Chennai in the 1990s, and this was the very first time she was making a trip of this nature. No, she was not the only person making a travel or a trip in this regards at that time. 2 other people from another state also traveled for the same general purpose, with one of them being the source of this anecdote that came out recently, and the other person being the person that you're going to see in the next slide. So why were all these 3 people in Chennai? Part 1. Part 2, how was the gentleman pictured on the next slide linked to the context in the question? Okay. So Lata Mangeshkar and 2 people from another state, all of them traveled to Chennai. One of them gave this anecdote in an interview a few days ago. The other person is the guy in the picture. Okay. So what is the context? Why were they in Chennai? And how is the person in the picture linked to all this? Again, may not be a familiar face to many of you, but somebody who deserves recognition for the kind of work he did. Again, I don't need this person's name. Once you figure out the right context, you may be able to figure out what is happening here. So Lata Mangeshkar, this person, and the person who was the source of the anecdote, these 3 people traveled to Chennai. And this was the very first time that Lata Mangeshkar was making a trip of this nature. Timeline may be helpful. It says 1990s. To be more specific, second half of the 1990s, if you want me to narrow it down. Okay, question number 2. Scientists at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center have studied geographic formation on Mars in great detail. They have used something on Earth to understand the erosion patterns of certain specific structures on Mars. They found that both of these, that is the ones on Earth and the ones on Mars, had eroded in ways that this formed the basis of the suggestion that Mars was once flooded briefly by water and that it receded fairly quickly. What are the structures that they were comparing? What on Earth, what specifically on planet Earth did they use as a control in this or subject in the study? Something in Earth was the specific thing on Earth is what I want. If you don't know the name of the specific thing on Earth, you can give me a description. So if the specific thing on Earth is, let's say, Jantar Mantar in Delhi, if you don't know the name, you can just say astronomical observatory in Delhi, like that. And always keep in mind, 2022, there has to be a link to the year 2022. It's not any random, all 3 are, with maybe the exception of question number 1, everything is directly linked to 2022. In question number 1, the link is already covered in the question, death of Lata Mangeshkar. Okay, and question number 3, the dash is considered one of the 2 most physical symbolic legacies of a 21st century event. Recently, it went a transformation of great matter and a change in name as well to reflect this. What was the new name? What specifically was this transformation of great matter for? The visual is a helpful hint. The visual is not linked to the question otherwise, it's only a helpful hint to get you to the answer. read the second paragraph carefully one more time. And use the visual to build upon. The visual is definitely helpful. If you know who the person in the visual is, you should get the answer here. Okay, let's cycle back. Why were they in Chennai? And part 2, how is this person linked to this context? Number 1. Number 2, what type of structures, what specifically on Earth? That is number 2. And number 3, what was the new name? What specifically was this transformation of great matter for? Answers, please. You have 30 seconds to send in your answers. Please note, I'll be closing the answers quickly. If you're not sent it in, you're lost. Question number 1, great answer from Ritvik Rao in the audience. Everything cracked for Q1. Last call for answers. Okay, I'm closing it now. Going to the answers. So far, I've got only 4 teams. 3 teams still left. Last call, guys. I'm not accepting your answers if you're not sent it in. You have 5 more seconds. Team 1, I'm closing it if you don't have an answer. Okay, got team 1's answers. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1 team still left. Yeah, got all answers. Let's go through the answers now. Number 1, why were they in Chennai? Any of you, if you want to unmute and answer.
Is this like Jia Jale winning the national award for best song or something, and that is Girish Putanjeri who wrote the lyrics for the Malayalam part?
Superb answer there. A.R. Rahman famously records everything in his studio in Chennai. He doesn't record out of Chennai, which is why for the first ever time in her life, Lata Mangeshkar had to travel to Chennai and record at A.R. Rahman's studio for Jia Jale. This is Jia Jale. And that is Girish Putanjeri. And Jia Jale, all of you know, famously has Malayalam lyrics throughout. So he penned the Malayalam lyrics of Jia Jale. And the third person is N.G. Srikumar, who actually sung the Malayalam lyrics and came out with this anecdote after Lata Mangeshkar's death recently. So 5 points for Jia Jale, 5 points for the Malayalam lyrics of Jia Jale. Number 2.
Is this the Tonga eruption?
This is the Tonga eruption. So they basically compared volcanoes on Mars and volcanoes on Earth. So this is the Tonga volcano that recently erupted and sent everything into a in that region. So 5 points for volcano, 5 points for Tonga volcano. And if you were brave enough, that complete name there. And number 3. Who's the person in the
water cube in Beijing was called the ice cube for the Winter Olympics.
Specifically for?
The Winter Olympics 2022.
I want something more specific.
Ice skating.
Not ice skating. Specifically, so this is the water cube becoming ice cube for the 22. So in 2008, all the swimming events were held at the water cube in Beijing, but it was turned to a frozen venue for the Winter Games. So it became ice cube. The person in the pic is ice cube, the rapper. And this is specifically the curling event at the Winter Olympics. Specifically, it hosts the curling event. So let's give out points now. Team 1 gets 5. Team 2 gets 10. Team 3 gets 5. Team 4 gets 0. Team 5 gets 10. Team 6 gets 0. And team 7 gets 0. So we have an exact opposite of round 1 scores, a maximum of 10 and a minimum of 0. So we're done with 3 rounds. Anti-clockwise, same rules, but this time we start with team number 7 and go anti-clockwise. Question 1 to team number 7. Its first ever version was put together by the US Army Corps of Engineers in less than a day with some help from a public company named WGL Limited. If you can expand WGL, may be helpful. But the name has been rendered invalid at least 2 times. The first time was on 10th December 1963, soon after it came up, when a group of Catholic school children tried to bless it with holy water. The next time was a result of inclement weather later, which flooded a nearby transformer. What is this? Timeline may be helpful. Look at the timeline. First time was on 10th December 1963, soon
Major
after.
team 1. How specific do you want the answer? Do you want any proper nouns?
As specific as you can possibly get.
Major, do you need more from?
No, that's fine. Team 1 and 2 have pounced. Last call. I'll close it with team 3 who have indicated their willingness to pounce. Got team 3's pounce. Pouncers close team 7. You're direct.
Is this Watergate something?
Nice guess, but not Watergate. Slightly early for Watergate. Team 6.
We'll pass.
Team 5.
Major, since nobody's answered, I've added a clarification since you didn't ask for it.
Yeah, sure. Team 5.
Yeah, we'll just say this is Corning glass for the subsequent Apollo mission.
Apollo mission. Team 4. Passing. 1, 2, and 3 have all pounced and got this correct.
Oh,
Anyone
nice.
wanting to unmute and answer? Pritam, kindly do the needful.
Yeah, so this is the eternal flame that JFK famously.
So JFK was assassinated in November 1963, following which an eternal flame was put up. Now, eternal means it has to burn forever, but twice it's been extinguished. One time when children actually poured water on it, and the other time because of a storm. So it's not really eternal. But so 10 points there to teams 1, 2, and 3. Everyone got this correct. 1, 2, 3 all get plus 10. Question to team number 6. Love Happy is a 1949 musical comedy film starring the Marx Brothers and was their last feature. The production ran out of money during its shoot, so a unique kind of product placement was included. That is, a rooftop chase depicted advertising billboards. In the scene, Harpo Marx was trying to evade villains by ambling over billboards, which had many ads for General Electric, cigarettes, BTs, etc., etc. At one point, a sign for a company, and if it helps, this company merged with another company at the end of the 20th century. Okay, a sign for a company appears, and he clambers over it, making his escape on whatever was on the logo. What does Harpo escape on? Extra hint: it's got some kind of Indian context from recent times. The answer to this question has some kind of Indian relevance from recent times. It's an extra hint. It's nowhere connected to the hint I gave is not connected. Otherwise, you can find some added Indian relevance to the answer from recent times, from the last couple of years. Last call. Okay, closing the pounds, and question is with team number 6, since nobody answered the previous one.
Major, you got my pounds, no?
I got your pounds. Yeah, I got your pounds. Team 6.
No, it will be a pass.
Passing. Team 5.
We'll say the Paramount logo was there and he was climbing over it and passing it.
The question is, what does Harpo escape on?
Oh.
Okay, so team 4. Team 3.
Is it a fox? Fox.
Not a fox. Team 2 pounced. Team 1.
Yeah. So Major, we guess that this is the old mobile logo where, I mean, it had like a Pegasus or something, or horse, which it sits on and escapes.
The Oldsmobile logo is what you're going with. Team.
The Pegasus, I think it has in the logo which it escapes on.
I'll actually pass you because your first utterance was Oldsmobile logo. Passes to team 7.
Yeah, we'll pass.
You don't want to build on what team 1 said?
No.
Okay, so Pritham, do you want to unmute and answer?
Yeah, this is Mobile. The Pegasus, that was the logo of Mobile before it.
Yeah, Mobile merged with Exxon towards the end of the 20th century, and that is why this is the Mobile. So Mobile became Exxon Mobil, so which is why this is the Pegasus on the Mobile logo. If you had said Pegasus first and then something later, maybe I could have given you points.
Just a brain feed Major, like what then is called it old movie.
Hard luck there. But superb answer, team 2, you get the full 10.
Any part points for Pegasus?
We'll actually give you 5 points for Pegasus, 5 points to team 1 for Pegasus, 10 points to team 2, and question direct to team number 7. Asterix and the Griffin, released in October 2021, is the 39th book in the Asterix series. The plot involves Asterix and Obelix traveling to a region called Sarmatia in search of the Griffin. The village they arrive at is a matriarchal society where women are nomadic warriors. One of these warriors gets captured and gets handed over to the Romans without even so much as a demand for ransom. This gets one of her friends to exclaim, dash, dash, dash. How can we compete with that? Fill in the blanks. Remember that I said this is a general quiz with emphasis on business.
Sorry, emphasis on?
Business. Read the second paragraph carefully one more time, might help. Please, thank you.
Major team 1.
Okay. Last call for pounds. If anyone else wants to attempt. Yeah, team 1, can I have an answer, please? Okay. Team 3 also. Okay. Pounds is closed. Team 7.
Is this a free trade policy?
Not free trade policy. Team 6.
I feel it.
Team 6, did you say something? If you did, I missed it. Okay,
excuse me, did you register our pounds?
I got your pounds. Yeah, I got all 3 pounds.
Okay, thank you.
Team 6, I'm passing you. Team 5.
I'll just guess non-fungible tokens.
Non-fungible token, the go-to answer if you have nothing else in these times. But no. Team 4.
The warriors were, I guess, Amazon, and the answer is free Amazon delivery.
Free Amazon delivery is a brilliant answer. The Amazon was being handed over without any ransom. The Amazon was being handed over without any payment accepted. Therefore, free Amazon delivery. How can we compete with that? That was the business connection to this question. Superb answer there, Team 4. Nicely worked out. 10 points there to Team 4. Hard luck, Team 1. You had the right concept, but the wrong answer. So -5 to Team 1. Team 2 and 3 both get +10. 1 gets a -5. 2, 3, and 4 all get +10. And question now to team number 3. One of the commonest effects of this malady throughout history has been weight loss. The gradual reduction in the frame of a person was as if the issue was dash the person affected, thereby resulting in the title applied to it earlier. What was this name? If you watch the Sherlock series, if you watch the episode Abominable Bride, this term is repeated throughout it, and it is what kills the subject. It is what kills the bride in the episode as well. I want you to fill in the blank or what this term is. If you know the right malady, you should get the second, or you should get the answer. Look at the fact that this is weight loss and there is a reduction in the person's frame. It was as if this malady is dash the person affected.
5 is bounced.
Okay. Answered in the audience by Aryan. Got Team 5's pounds. Last call. Okay. Closing the pounds. Question is by team number 3.
Is it tuberculosis?
What is the blank is the question.
Okay. Yeah. Pass, will pass.
Passing. Team 2 pounced, team 1 pounced, team 7. Team 7.
Will pass.
Team 6.
No pass.
Team 5 pounced, team 4. 4 also passing. It was 3 is direct. One of you unmute and answer. Whoever got this correct. The teams pounced. Everyone gets it correct. 1, 2, 5 all get +10. Team 5, do you want to unmute and answer?
It's consuming him basically.
It was as if the issue was consuming the person. Loss of weight, reduction in frame. The issue was consuming the person. This is why tuberculosis was once called consumption. Consumption was the earlier term in vogue for tuberculosis. So +10 there to teams 1, 2, and 5. Team 3 were on the right track, but specifically wanted consumption.
Any part points for tuberculosis? Major?
But in this case, we specifically wanted
Yeah, understandable. Okay, no worries. Thank you.
Question to team number 2. Recently, media outlets such as Business Standard reported that aluminium will soon replace steel as a top investment. Global investment bank Jefferies hinted that the share price of Hindalco could give about 30% more returns than Tata Steel and JSW for those who had a taste for metal stocks. The major reason for this expected shift is that aluminium will be the primary metal component of certain products thought to dominate their segment in the years to come. So why exactly is the share price for aluminium thought to be going up? Why is it predicted that aluminium will be more profitable in the long run from here on? Very quick bounce from team 1. Aluminium, it says aluminium will be the primary metal component of certain products thought to dominate their segment in the years to come.
Five is bouncing.
All right. Superb answer from Aryan in the audience again. He gets this correct. Got team 5's bounce. We'll take team 3's bounce as well. Got team 3's bounce as well. Last call. If no one else is bouncing, closing it and taking it from team 2. Okay, no other bounces. Team 2, you're direct.
Yeah, so electric vehicle bodies will have more aluminum compared to steel. So.
Perfect answer. Electric vehicles are what will replace steel and give aluminum the edge in the years to come because their frames are manufactured. They have a primary aluminum component and not steel. So 10 points to team number 2 there on the bounce. And on the bounce, we'll give points to teams 1, 3, and 5. 1, 3, and 5 all get plus 10. And question now to team number 1. Lloyd's of London has built a reputation as the world's most reputable insurance firm by the 1950s, willing to step into the scenarios abhorred by other insurers. This and the fact that they were located in the UK got them attractive contracts from carpools that sprang up in a city on another continent in 1956 specifically. Now, these carpools had to depend on Lloyd's because local insurance firms had cancelled their policies and refused to provide any sort of assistance to them. Why exactly were these carpools formed in the first place? Look at the timeline. It is a city on another continent, and this is 1956. Why exactly did carpools form? And think of why local insurance agencies refuse to give them support.
Major, is it one specific city or like
one specific city?
Okay, I'll bounce.
Not any random city, one specific city. All teams, one last time. I need both hands on screen. I don't want to call out names at this point. Please have both hands on screen.
Major, whose direct is this?
One's direct. Answered in the audience by Ritwik. Great answer there.
You just need what led to all of this happening, right?
Exactly, yes. We'll wait for team 5's bounce and then take it from team 1. Okay, got team 5's answer. Question to team number 1 now. Bounce is closed. Team 1, you're direct.
Sorry, is it our turn?
It's your turn, yes.
Oh yeah, sorry. I thought we were waiting on bounces. So we're going to say this is because of the bus boycott after Rosa Parks incident in Montgomery. The blacks started carpooling together, but the local insurance firm were racist and refused to sell them insurance, so they had to go to Lloyd's.
Everything explained there by Jyotesh. So the Rosa Parks incident led to the blacks boycotting buses in Montgomery, which is why they started forming carpools, and the insurance firm, like Jyotesh explained, were all owned by white people. Therefore, they were racist and refused to give them any kind of support, which is why these carpools had to depend on Lloyd's of London for insurance. Superb answer. 10 points, team 1. On the bounce, 10 to team 2. And hard luck, team 5. You had the right year for Suez crisis, but not that fun up. Maybe fits in with the oil fuel part as well, but unfortunately you'll get a -5 there. So -5 to team 5, plus 10 to 1 and 2. And question now to team number 7. Simple, straightforward gimme before we move on to slightly tougher ones. These sneakers created a lot of controversy when they went on a sale in an Asian country in 2016. Which country? Why?
5 is bouncing.
Okay.
6 is bouncing.
Okay. Last call. If not, I'm closing with 5 and 6. Super bouncer by Ritvik in the audience gets this on. It's +10 for this.
Niji, could you go back to the bigger image?
Yeah. Last call for pounce if anyone wants to pounce. If not, I'm closing since teams are still typing.
Okay, I'll pounce.
We'll close with team 2 if no one else is pouncing. Okay, closing the pounce now. We'll take team 2's answer and then take it from team 7.
Is the country Malaysia? But then we don't know. the reason.
Kindly keep yourself muted. It's not your turn yet. Okay, pounce is now done. Team 7, you're direct.
Major, 1 second.
Yeah, 5.
On the pounce, I think I mentioned the wrong part of whatever is depicted.
If you wanna, I'll let you improve if you want, since you clarified before I went to 7.
Is the country Malaysia?
Just give it a sec. Just let him complete his answer. Just give it a sec.
And I don't know the reason.
Just give it 1 sec. Let him complete. Okay, yeah. Calvin, done?
Yes, Major. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Team 7. Now you can go ahead.
We think the country is Malaysia, but then we don't know the reason.
All right. I'll pass you to team 6 who have pounced. Team 5 have pounced. Team 4 have pounced. Team 3 have pounced. Team 2 has pounced. Team 1 comes to you.
So we'll stream 1 major, right?
Team 1, Siraj, yeah.
Yeah. So country will say Hong Kong, and the
Okay.
reason will say that like some Chinese player won it in 2016, and which caused a lot of controversy in Hong Kong because the other side was being played by the Hong Kong.
Right, but no. The teams that pounced, most of them got this. So one of you kindly unmute and explain the answer, please. Any of you? Any of you? Kindly unmute and give the answer on the mic. The ones that pounced.
It resembles the Japan's rising sun.
Okay, and therefore which country would this be?
South Korea.
South Korea, which was under Japanese imperialism for a long time. It reminded the Koreans of the Japanese flag of those times, which is why this was controversial in South Korea. So on the pounce, 10 points to team 3, 10 points to team 4, 10 points to team 2. We'll give 10 points to team 5 as well. And yeah, that's it. Last 3 questions coming up. Before that, can we have a quick look at the scores? If you can read the scores out at this point.
Major, what about team 6?
Let me check if I missed out on your name. 1 sec. Did I not say team 6? Team 6 will also get +10. If I missed out on your name, sorry about that. Team 6 will also get +10.
Yes, I will give the scores. So team 1 have 155, team 2 190, team 3 95, team 4 70, team 5 85, team 6 20, team 7 30.
All right, so I think first and second places are more or less decided, but third place still up for grabs. Question to team 6, I think. Yeah, team 6 is direct once pounce is done. Delirious New York, a retroactive manifesto for Manhattan, written by Rem Koolhaas, analyzes the development of architecture and urban design in New York. The cover image features the painting Flagrant Delete, depicting the Chrysler Building and the Empire State Building laying in bed. Manhattan is shown through the window, with the rooftops of skyscrapers being faces looking at the audience. The nightlight near the Empire State Building, the Statue of Liberty's torch, and a tissue shaped like something can be seen next to the Empire State Building. What does this tissue a reference to? Okay, so this is a book that talked about the development of architecture and almost everything that happened over the years in New York City. Okay, so this is the cover, and I've zoomed in. You can see a tissue there, right? So you can see the Empire State Building lying on the bed towards your side. Right next to the Empire State Building, you can see something shaped like a tissue. What is that a reference to? The fact that it is right next to Empire State Building may be helpful. This book traces the architecture and the history of New York City. I'll give you one extra hint. So it basically, in this visual, it appears as if it's been deflated.
Sorry, what it appears as if?
It's deflated. And it is right next to the Empire State Building. If it helps, you can see something written on the tissue here. It can be interpreted as one word or two words. I'm not going to keep it on that. It can be read, maybe interpreted as one word or two words.
Five is bouncing.
Okay.
Whose direct is this, Major?
6 is direct. Once bounce is closed.
Major team one will bounce.
Aryan in the audience. Aryan from the audience gets this. I've got a bounce from team 5, waiting for bounce from team 1, and then we'll close it. Got team 1's bounce as well. Bounce is now done. Team 6, you're direct.
Pass.
Team 5 bounced. Team 4.
Pass.
Team 3.
Is this reference to the Hindenburg incident, like the burning of that aircraft?
Why is this thing right next to the Empire State Building?
Because it was tied to, well, it was planned that it would be tied to the Empire State Building. I'm not sure.
I'll actually give it to you, even though it is not the Hindenburg. So basically, the Empire State Building was once a Zeppelin station. Zeppelins between different cities. So this was one of the mooring points for Zeppelins, which is why the tissue is actually a deflated Zeppelin right next to the building, even though it's technically not the Hindenburg. Good answer there. 10 points there to team 3. On the bounce, teams 1 and 5 both get +10. So 1, 3, and 5 all get +10. Last 2 questions, direct to team number 2. During World War I, the US Army was buying every plane that they could. All commercial airplane manufacturers were busy with the Army, which got the Navy to decide that they will do it in-house, and the Naval Aircraft Factory was set up in 1970. After World War I, the aero companies found that the orders had dried up and wanted the few Navy contracts available. So the Naval Aircraft Factory had to stop making all planes, but everything changed in 1934 with the Vinson-Trammell Act, which said that at least 10% of the planes should be built in government-owned factories. So the Naval Aircraft Factory kickstarted its operations again, and this resulted in the N3N, an aircraft called the N3N, which served with distinction and was the last aircraft with an open cockpit, last biplane with an open cockpit. Now, despite all these claims to fame, you would remember this plane model thanks to something 2 years prior to its retirement. So its retirement came in 1961. You would remember it thanks to something a couple of years earlier. What do you remember? What would you remember this plane for?
Major team 1.
This is the plane.
5 is bouncing.
Okay. So far I have 2 bounces from 1 and 5. Answered again in the audience by Aryan. Great answer. We'll wait for team 3 to complete their bounce and then close it. Okay, got team 3's bounce. Answered in the audience by Ritik Rao as well. So team 2, unmute and answer, please.
Yeah, this is the crop duster North by Northwest.
This is the crop duster plane in the famous scene from North by Northwest by Alfred Hitchcock. If you watch the film, or even if you haven't, you will know that there is this famous crop duster plane scene in North by Northwest, and this is the exact model of aircraft in the scene. So 10 points there to team number 2. On the pounds, teams 1 and 5 both get plus 10, but team 3 will get a minus 5. 1 and 5 plus 10, 3 gets a minus 5. And the final question coming up, before that, one last look at the scores, please. If you can quickly read out all scores at this point.
Yes. So team 1 has 175 points, team 2 200, team 3 100, team 4 80, team 5 95, team 6 20, team 7 30.
All right. So third place.
Isn't 5 at 105? Like we got blimp and now we got the North by Northwest.
Yeah, you were 85 earlier, so yeah, you should be on 105.
Which question? Ninth question, how much score was that?
They got this question correct and they got the Goodyear blimp from the previous question also correct. So I think the last time you read out this scores, it was 85. So they get a plus 20 now, so they should be on 105.
Just a second.
Yeah.
So for question 8, they have 10.
Correct.
Question 9, they have minus 5.
No, they get a plus 10.
Okay. Okay, so they have 115.
Yeah, perfect. So that's sorted. So I think third place still up for grabs. Final question of the quiz coming up. Before that,
excuse me. Team 5 is on 105, right?
Yeah, 105.
Okay. Thank you.
So before we end the quiz, once again, big thanks to the entire team at Ojas 14. Thank you so very much for having me over. And thanks again to all the participants and especially the finalists for taking part and sitting through this quiz. Here goes the last question.
Yeah, team 5.
Just a second. Team 5, can you repeat?
105.
Okay, so I think there is a 10-mark difference. Maybe question 8, did you get the answer correct?
Yes.
Okay.
They got 8 and 9 actually. They got both 8 and 9. They got 7 as well.
Yes, correct. Yeah, correct. Okay, sorry.
All right. So final question of the quiz. This will be direct to team number 1. This building is in the shape of a cross with arms of equal length, intended as a show of harmony between the pagan philosophy and Christian theology. Its architecture was inspired by the works of Bramante, who also helped the creator with its design features like a high dome, a vault with lacunar ceiling and pilasters. The main arch shows a meander using continuous lines that repeat in a series of rectangular bends. The two major sculptures in the building are that of Apollo and Athena in her specific Roman guise as Minerva. Which building is this? Designed in the early 16th century, and it is thought to be an advanced view of the St. Peter's Basilica. There is an image that follows if there are no objections. The image will show you what a meander is, what the design element meander is. I hope there are no objections then. I don't see any objections. So yeah, this is how a meander would look like. This is a meander design. And you will see this prominently at this building.
I'll go for a bounce.
Okay, Pritam has nothing to lose, can take that risk. So going for it. I'll give out points as and when teams bounce. Okay. Pritam had successfully got +10s for all his bounces throughout, but nice way to end the quiz with a -5. -5 to team 2. Anyone else bouncing?
Team 6 will bounce.
Okay. Okay, I'll close the pounds if there are no more attempts. Pounds is now closed. Question is direct to team number 1. 1 sec, I got one more bounce. Team 6 also bounced, and they will also get a -5.
We are going to go with sorry, can we speak?
Which one?
Team 1.
No, 1 sec. Team 6 gets a -5 as well. Yeah. Now bounce is closed. So team 1, go for it.
We're going to guess this is the Milan Duomo.
It is not the Milan Duomo. Passes to team 7.
Is this the Uffizi?
Not the Uffizi either. Team 6 bounced. Team 5.
We'll say this is the papal residence in Vatican City.
Not the papal residence in Vatican City. Team 4. Passing. Team 3. Team 3. If you don't have an answer, I shall.
Is it the White House?
Nowhere close.
Yeah, sorry.
The early 16th century in any case. It was team 2 bounced and got a -5. It was team 1's direct. So first question, I think in the entire quiz where very aptly the last question where nobody gets it. Any non-com guesses? Anyone else who wants to take a guess? I'll give an extra hint now. It's not a real life building. It's not a real life building.
Oh, the thing in School of Athens?
This is the school in the School of Athens. So this is the actual school, the building in the School of Athens. And you can see the meander throughout there on the ceiling. So basically the theory is that the St. Peter's Basilica was built as an inspiration from the School of Athens. So no points to anyone, but 2 -5 successfully on the last question. And with that, we are done with InQuizzitive 2022, organized as part of Ojas 14.0 by SPJIMR. Once again, a big thanks to all of you and congratulations to all 7 teams and specifically to the winners. Over to you, Jishnu and Vishnu, for the proceedings.
Yeah, so I will give the final points. So team 1, 175, team 2, 195, team 3, 115, team 4, 80, team 5, 105, team 6, 15, and team 7, 30. So actually we have prizes for the first 2 teams. So the winner is team 2 and runner-up is team 1. So congratulations, both of you, both the teams.
So, and as we come to the end of the event, we'd like to congratulate the winners once again. And we'd also like to thank our esteemed quizmaster Chandrakant sir. We are certain that everyone here would truly appreciate the effort that you have put into making this a memorable experience for all of us. We would also like to thank all the participants on behalf of Team Ojas. You may not have won today, but you may have learned a lot. Hope you all continue on that and participate and win in many more competitions that are yet to come. And I would also like to thank the entire team of InQuizzitive for coming together and doing a wonderful job today.
We would also like to take a photograph. So please, guys, if you could turn on your cameras, entire participants. So
all the finalists and we have a photograph. Yes, can you click that up?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Thank you, Yash. So we just like the winner and runner up to hold on. We want to collect some details. The rest of you may drop off.
Yeah. Also, Major, please stay back. We have.
Sure.
So congratulations, guys, and thanks everyone for participating.
Thank you.
Yes. Do you have the form for the winners details?
Yeah. Just a minute. Yes,
Can you open a breakout room so I could take the feedback from
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So a form has been dropped in the chat by Yash. So I request the winners and runner-up alone to fill the details for us to do the transactions of the prize amount.
So see, current address, what is the estimated duration? Because it will change in a few months. So
yeah, I do.
Is it just safer to just put the permanent home address?
Yeah, that is safer. That's on a safer side. You can mention your permanent home address. Guys, if you fill the form, you can drop off as well.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Okay, Jyotish. Yes.
Yes. हाँ, breakout rooms में दिख रहा है कि they are still there.
अच्छा,
So we
नहीं
cannot
भाई।
end the meeting. हाँ.
हाँ,
वैसे
अरे
कहाँ पे है तू?
हमारा रूम राइट लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग बंद हो गया था।
Oh, just a minute. I've told him actually कि live stream बंद कर दे, but I'm just checking.
विश्वनाथ,
Yeah, live streaming is not over. We should be on mute.